Well. Hello, folks. I hope everybody's doing okay, and welcome to this live stream. Today, I'm going to be rebuilding the pagination for the Tron-Gate framework. This is something that is going to be covered in our documentation, and I noticed that as good as the original pagination is, there are a couple of challenges with it. One is that when I was adding type hinting and return types, it was producing errors, and there was a few other issues with just how it was written. So I'm not going to be adding any real significant new functionality to our pagination class, but I am going to write this in a way that's a bit more modern and follows, I suppose, what's considered best practices. And hopefully this will be useful for our documentation. Now, last night I had made a start. Apologies if you saw me doing that. I'm not picking. I have an itchy nose because the hay fever is driving me crazy. So you're going to see me doing this and things like this. That I'm not. Look, it's just I have to. It's itchy. My nose, the outer part of my nose. It's hay fever. It's killing me. So apologies for that in advance and all of that. Anyway, it's going to be the pagination class. Now I spent some time with ChatGPT and I've mapped something out. This is what pagination means. It's this stuff up here, but it's not quite right. So having spent quite a lot of time with ChatGPT, I'm now going to try and do as much as I can on my own. So let me walk you through where we are, and this is indeed going to be a little bit technical today. So first of all, it's kind of bright in here. So do you know what? I am gonna change the color scheme. So let's see what we got here. I'm just trying to find a decent theme. I know that there's one here somewhere. Okay, vision light's not too bad. Okay, so far I'd have to say vision light's winning, but let me keep on going. There's one that is a kind of red, white, and blue that looks good. I've seen it before. Fill your heart with love today. Don't play the game of time. Things that happened in the past only happened in your mind, only in your mind. There it is. Hub light. Hub light. I like that. I like it. So that's going to be the colour scheme of the day. It's a little bit sunnier, seems kind of appropriate. Am I still on my own? Stefan is here. How you doing, Stefan? It's nice to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing okay, and I hope you have. Oh, geez, I've made this a public live stream again. Well, that's okay. I'm just working on this open source project anyway, and I'm not bothered if that's public. That's okay. That's okay. Um, I'm always accidentally making these live streams public. Who knows why? Anyway, welcome, welcome, folks. Apologies if I look really rough and scruffy, by the way. I should explain this. Um, when I made Trongate, I I went through this phase, which lasted probably about 18 months, where I would wake up, get out of bed, I'd grab a black coffee like this, I'd fall out of bed and go straight to the computer, um, and I would code for 15, 20 hours a day. And what I discovered is that when when I was doing that, it was some of the best work I've ever done. And I had this theory that when you get out of bed, your brain is like a laptop battery, you know. And when you wake up and you're just getting your act together, that's when you're at your best, you see. And it's a terrible habit. But you don't want to do this, right? Because you can imagine it's not ideal. But this thing that I'm doing today is pretty technical, so I'm sort of doing old school, and yes, I have pretty much just fallen out of bed. So I'm probably going to be here for as long as this thing will take, 2 or 3 hours. Then I'm going to switch off the camera, maybe go for a jog, get a bath and get cleaned up, and then come on and I'll look nice and everything will be great. But yes, you are finding the version of me that is just falling out of bed. Um, Nothing graceful about it, but I'm telling you, this is how you build cool stuff, you know? And I certainly don't do it every day. So that's what's happening. Now, everything is great here. I wish you the same, of course. Thank you so much, my friend. It's certainly good to have you here. I posted a video today about how to write good docs for the framework. It was kind of or for any web development technology. It was kind of an apology video for Dom because he wrote a whole bunch of pull requests over the weekend and he's done a lot of work and I rejected them. And not only did I reject them, but I'm sure I used the word bullshit somewhere in my rejection, which is terrible, you know? And so I felt that he needed an apology, but more than that, he needed an explanation. So there's now a video that's an hour long and it shows you the whole process of how to write good docs as I see it. And I've learned the hard way. Turns out that writing good docs and good writing, by the way, are not the same thing. Far from it, you know. So hopefully Dom will at least have a chance to check that out. And maybe anyone else if they're interested in that topic. Okay, I'm going to get stuck into this stuff and it's super intense. So I hope you'll forgive me if I get into the zone here. So let me just start this one off. V3. All right, there we go. So I'm going to be just doing git commits so that I can figure this out as we go. Yeah, this is quite intense. Nobody will follow along, but you'll maybe at least get a couple of ideas as we do this madness, you know. So, pagination, eh? Pagination, I hear you say. Well, I've got a tasks module here, and I've created a whole bunch of sample records. That's 98 of them, in fact. A perfect situation for pagination, I'm sure you'll agree. And here is our tasks thing. Now here, I'm building up an array of pagination data. And this is going to be passed into our view file. So the total rows the page num segment. Now that refers to the segment where we get the page number from. Then we've got a limit, the amount of items per page, and then we've got a pagination root, which is the base URL plus this. Then record name plural, and then include showing statement. These are the values that we need to create pagination. And before we can, have these little buttons here, we really need to pass that information in. Now, getting that information, you can see how I've done it on the screen. We've got some SQL. We count all of the rows, and then we find out how many items we're willing to show per page, and then we pass in the page number, etc. So that's pretty much that. On the page itself, we're not displaying all of the pages, but we're reducing the number of rows. So in this example, there's 98 records, but we're showing only 20 records per page. You can also see that we've got pagination at the top and pagination at the bottom here. If I take you to the view file, to call the pagination, it's just this one line of code here, like that. And when we go downstairs, I'm slightly confused by this, if I'm being honest with you. So let me take this out. Okay, so I'm gonna, I really don't know what the purpose is with that if statement, but let's just go like this, echo pagination again. So there it is again, but this time I'm gonna say pagination data include showing statement equals false. And that now takes away the part that says showing 1-to-1 of blah, blah, blah. This is called a showing statement. I think I'll need to do a little bit of CSS to make it look nice, but let's not worry about that just now. So we get our first pagination up here, which includes what's called a showing statement. Then for our second pagination, this is just overcomplicated. But for the second one, and I'll space out just for clarity, we just unset the showing statement or set the showing statement to false, let's say. And then that's that. Incidentally, I wonder if unset pagination data include showing statement. I wonder if that would also... No, it doesn't. Okay, so we change that to false. Okay. So, we've got something mapped out. It looks reasonably good, but it's not changing, as you can see. So here we go into the valley of the shadow of death. Let's see if we can figure out what this thing does and how it works. There's a whole lot of code here. Well, actually 300 lines, but it's kind of advanced. So the whole thing revolves around this pagination data here. Actually, there's only one public function in this entire, or method in this entire class here, and it's the one called display. Here it is here. And I'm going to take this and move it upstairs. We have a few variables and stuff that get declared, but let's just put this here, okay? So most of our attention is going to go here. And what happens is the view file is invoking pagination display. We don't even really need to say echo, by the way. If we just say, oh, you miserable thing. All right, we've got a little mistake here. Line 15. Well, I don't know what happened there. Let me do that a bit again. So I don't think we need echo. Ah, that's cool. So we don't need echo. We don't need it here, and we don't need it here. And we're going to be doing most of our work on this display method, so I am quite determined to move this to the top of the file. Good. So we've now moved this to the top. This is where most of the action is. So the first thing that happens is that this receives our pagination data. We can JSON the pagination data, have a look at it, and there you go. Now, the next thing that we do is we check for the required properties. So in order for pagination to work, there are certain things that absolutely must be passed into this. If we take out, for example, page num segment, we get pagination error, missing required number, page num segment. Kind of a helpful error message, I think, you know. If we take out something like pagination root, same story. So we have got a beautiful little method here called check for required properties. And what does it do? Accessing static properties using, well, it's actually the comment's wrong there. It's using this thing here. So what's going on here? Well, if you look at the top, you'll see that we've got an array being set. This is an array called required properties, and we've got a property name and then a property type. So there's all of the required properties and their types. You'll notice we've got this word static appearing all over the place. The reason why that is because when we go into the view file here and we just say pagination display, we've not gone through the usual class loading process. Usually you would say something like pagination is new pagination, and you would do maybe a different type of syntax, pagination, loading up display and so on. But this is the Trongate framework, and pagination is designed to be modular. And the idea is that you can call it with just one line of code. So no more of the initiating of new classes and all of that stuff. Instead, we just do this. So the entry point is this method here. But because we are accessing this method on its own without loading the rest of the class, this is what's called a static method. So that's what's happening here. So we start off, we check for the required properties. I'm happy with how that works. It accesses the required properties. It also accesses a type map. Now the type map is map PHP types to expected types. Now the reason for that is because if I'm saying that I expect page num to be an integer, and then if I write, okay, I'm expecting it to be an int, right? But then I do something like get type with some variable. PHP might say that it's an integer like that. And so I need a way to let PHP know that if you see int, and if for some weird reason or some strange breaking change reason PHP changes the way that it describes types, and this thing has been known to happen, I need to let this script know that an int and an integer are the same thing, a bool and a boolean are the same thing, etc. So that gets rid of any ambiguity, and that's what the purpose of that is, right? So back over to check for required properties. We're looking at our type map. That's going to remove any ambiguity with regards to types. We're looking at our required properties. We saw them at the top of the script here. Here are the required properties. Without these, we don't have a gig. And then we loop through the required properties. And what we're doing now is we're checking if that property exists within the pagination data. If it exists, okay, so somebody's passed it in. The next thing we're doing is we're checking to see if the type matches. That is where we reference our type map, which I just mentioned above. And this looks pretty horrible, but basically what it's doing is it's saying if something and something is equivalent to the expected type. So if something and something, if what? Well, if type map get type, remember I told you can use get type to get the type of a value. So if the, let me get this right. Yeah, if type map for this pagination data and the type map, let me get this right. Type map, get type pagination data property. Am I repeating things pointlessly there? I might be. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's saying if is set. Okay, so if is set pagination data property. So it's saying here, if we have the thing on the type map, and so if it's set, in other words, if we have it, fuck it, it works, I'm confused. Ah, jeez. Right, so get type the pagination data property. Let's say it's page num. So that's going to say if is set type map int and type map of that is the expected type. And the expected type comes from this required properties. There's the expected type, int, etc. So that's that. And it's matching it with a type map. So that, for example, integer is set to int, right? Okay. Okay. So if that happens, we unset required properties of property. So remember, we're coming into this with about 5 required properties. As we loop through this, the required properties get reduced. Eventually, if empty required properties, now we could have said if count required properties is 0, or if number required properties is less than 1. But we're saying if not empty, fine. It's actually not the syntax I would have used. I would have said if count required properties is less than 1 or something like that, but it doesn't matter, right? It's using if or pardon me, is greater than 0, I would have said. But here it's saying, look, if you've still got required properties, it means that you've got missing properties. So we loop through the required properties, and that is now a missing property, and we build up a pagination error message. That's what makes sure we have all of the required properties, okay? So again, if I just refresh the page and show you this working, if I comment out this and this, you can see that we get missing required properties, and there it is, and it tells us what's missing, and it also gives us the expected type. That's a very useful error message, I think. And it's unlikely to show up in a live situation because all of this presumably would have been tested before going live. So, what now? Well, back to the display thing here. What do? We check for the required properties. So when we get past that, we're now going to initialize optional properties. So there's three types of properties that belong on pagination data: required, optional, and derived. So we're now moving on to optional. As we look at optional properties, this accesses static properties using, now it's actually this optional properties thing here. So using self optional properties, there it is right there. Okay. So again, we're going to use our type map again, and we're looking at the optional properties, and we're looping through the optional properties. So as a reminder, the optional properties are include showing statement. Incidentally, I'm going to say default is false. Ah, fuck off. Would you give me a minute? Hold on. All right, all right. Apologies for that. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, I know it, but I was really in the zone there. I'm going to switch this phone off because I can't afford any introductions here. This is outrageously technical what we're doing here. So, I was saying that we've got some optional property. You fucking phone, it's off now. Right, now the default was true. I'm going to change the default to false. Do you remember how when... Right, if I change that to... Let me just show you something. If I go back to this manage thing, now, I'm going to unset pagination data include showing statement. At the start of this video, this was set to true. And when I unset, you can see that we get this showing statement. So I've removed include showing statement, and we're still getting a showing statement. And that's because this is the default behavior. It's saying if we don't have this declared, we will include it. Well, I'm going to change that. I'm going to make the default false. That means it's not here. You see? But it's in the top one. We need a wee bit of work with the CSS, by the way, but I'll figure that out later on. But there we go. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So you can see that we've now declared these values and we've also got these types here. So it's saying, let's go through the optional properties, and it goes through them. And we're checking that the property exists in pagination data. If it does not exist, we set it to the default value. Remember, we get the default value from the top of the page. Otherwise, we check against the type. That's where we do this horrible if statement again, clearly from ChatGPT. And we're matching the type here. So that's what's happening. And then it returns the pagination data. So what's interesting about this is, whereas the first one, make sure we have all of the required properties. That's what that's doing. The next one, doesn't matter if you've passed them or not. These are optional properties. But basically, this is going to build on pagination data. If I echo count pagination data with a die statement here, and then go like that, you'll see it says 6. But if I take this same line, chuck it here, you'll see it says 9. So it's building upon the pagination data. And the pagination data is the thing upon which all of this is going to work, you know. Now, there's another thing called derived properties. This is where the pagination class calculates things like the number of pages required and the next link and stuff like that. Stuff that you wouldn't be expected to pass in, but stuff that is essential for the operation of this thing. So let's take a look at the derived properties. And you can see we've got a whole bunch of derived properties here. And I can also see, as I'm looking at this, that there's a whole bunch of mistakes. So, pardon me. If we look at the, now that's line 227. We've got a thing called the pagination root URL. Then we've got the current page. In fact, you know what? Let me just copy this. Let me go to here. Okay, so if we do this, right, there we go, right? So we need to pass in the total rows. That's fine. We need to pass in the page number segment. So where in the URL would you like us to read the page number from? This is important, right? We need to pass in the limit, the amount per page. We need to pass in the pagination root. And we need to pass in the record name plural. Now, I might make that a bit more sophisticated in the future for non-English speakers, but for the moment, that's where we are. So this is now saying that, okay, we get the fact that we need these things, and we're also going to add a few more things on. But these are other things that this class needs in order to do its thing. You can see there that we've got a thing called showing statement. That's not include showing statement, that's the actual showing statement. You can also see that we've got a thing called template, which is the pagination template. I should explain. In pagination, okay, do you see how the first one says first and the last one says last? That's all very well if it's an English-speaking website, but what if it's a site that's using German or something like that? These are the things that we need to think about. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to introduce this concept of having settings. And this is the default settings for pagination. And I need to show you one that worked previously. Okay, so this was the old one. And it's called, right, hold on. All right, so we're passing in a thing called pagination template. If it's not set, the pagination template becomes default. Now, what the earth do we do with the pagination template? Well, the target settings becomes get settings pagination template. Now, if I take you to get settings, you can see that we've got a thing called get settings, and then that says default. So by default, we get this, which is in English. But if you wanted a German website, you might pass in a pagination template of German and have different settings. Do you know what I mean? Now, I don't actually agree with the way that this was made. So what I'm going to do is head back to our thing, and do you see how we've got this template here? I'm going to take out all references to template. Okay, yeah, let's just take it out. Okay, so I've now just removed all mentions of the word template. I don't think it was the right word to use, but what I am going to chuck in is Okay, I'm going to use ChatGPT and I'm going to say, can you help me to come up with, oh no, I'm building a pagination class for the Tongate framework. Can you help me to find a good name for this method? Okay, so okay, do you think it would be more appropriate for me to have these default settings declared at the top of the class instead of having them inside a method? Yes, there you go. Good. Can you show me how to do that? Uh, Here is some starter code. So perfect. That's excellent. So there you go. So now we're going to take our settings and we're chucking them here. So private, static, default settings, and there they all are. Oh, my mouse is freaking out. But there they are. And because that's now declared, it means that get settings default is now not required. So now as we look for get settings default, it doesn't get mentioned anywhere. Nowhere at all. And indeed, template does not get mentioned anywhere because, you know, that's cool. So I'm going to go to the optional properties and I'm going to make settings an optional property. Settings. Okay. Thank you. Now I'd like to improve how optional properties are declared at the start of the class. If I would like the default, I would like for optional properties to now contain a settings property. This property should be an array and the default value should be the default settings that we have just declared at the top of our class. Can you help me to add this information into the following? Sure. Good. Thank you. And to be crystal clear, it does not matter if default settings is declared further down the code than optional properties. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Right, okay, that's cool. So there we go. There's our new optional properties coming into play. And we're now saying that you can have your settings here coming in. Now, as we loop through the optional properties, well, of course, all of the action for us is at display, but this should do a fabulous job of giving us our pagination data. Something like this. Ouch. Line 15. Okay, so that line is causing an error. Specifically this part here. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. The following line of code is causing an error. Right, but then we get into destructors and stuff like that. So the suggestion here is okay, but yeah. So the default is null. You can see here that it says settings is set to null. I could actually make it an empty array. I just feel like that's more robust because that means that it's an array, everything's good and we're all rocking in the free world, you know? And the nice thing about that is if I var dump pagination data settings, it's going to say array and we're not messing with the type anywhere here. But what we can do is we can say if count pagination data settings. So if that is 0, we know that it's empty. Of course, I could have said if empty pagination data settings. It's just an alternative syntax, which some people like to use, and I think I will use that. So if that's the case, then I'm going to say that the pagination data settings is, and we're going to reference the pagination data settings. So we say self, and again we say self because we're not using this like an ordinary class, we're dealing with static methods. So we say self default settings, like that. So now if we JSON pagination data, we get that. And there is the settings, and don't they look fantastic? Okay, so there we go. And that's us. So we've now established the settings, you know. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the optional statement again. I have the following code being invoked when a page is attempting to generate pagination. In instances where settings have not been passed into pagination data, the script will initialize a settings property that is taken from Can you improve the method? No. Can you write a PHP method called make sure settings validate settings? This method should accept a settings property, and it should make sure the settings property conforms to the expectations of settings that we require for pagination. These expectations are defined in our default settings. So, to be clear, I want the method to check that all of the properties required for settings exist, and I want the function to also check that all of the properties within settings are of a valid type. Also, if properties have been added to settings that are not required, they should be removed from the settings array. The method should then either return a cleaned version of a settings array, the settings array, or it should produce a die statement with a helpful error message explaining why the settings are not valid. This method, now what's the name of the method? Will be static and private. The method will only be invoked in instances where a user has passed in their own custom pagination settings. Okay. Okay. Right. As good as their idea is, it's not what we want. So what I'm going to do is write it myself. So we're talking about our optional properties here. Here they are. And I'm going to go like this. Sometimes you're better just writing it on your own, you know. I think one of the skills of using ChatGPT these days is figuring out which things you're better writing on your own and which ones it's good to use the thing for. This is one that's I think you're best doing on your own, you know. Now, I'm going to go like this, else, and I'm going to echo. You passed in your own custom settings and a die statement. So if I run this, no change, no big deal. But now if I go to this thing here and I'll say my settings and I'll just say name equals whatever, age is 21, and then I'm going to say pagination data settings equals my settings. You miserable shithound. Well, that's a bit of a downer, isn't it? So why did it not realise that? Right, let me look at these optional properties. We've got settings, and let me just JSON the pagination data. So it's, for some reason, who knows why, but it appears to have removed the thing. How strange is that? So tasks, my settings. Oh, there's what it is. Just a stupid mistake, just a stupid mistake. Alright, so we've now got the settings here. So heading back over here, and we're going to the optional thing. And so what this is going to do is it says you've passed in your own custom settings. So if we don't pass in the settings, we just ignore this completely. But if we do pass in the settings, we're going to do some stuff. So okay. So at that point, we're going to run validate settings. I'm going to get rid of this type hinting and return types because it's just not helping me. And I'm even going to get rid of this. And around about here, I'm going to say pagination data settings equals self, and then it's going to be validate settings, and I'm going to pass in pagination data settings like that. So fine, and you can see that our error here has already worked. Okay, now what are we going to do next? Well, as good as this code is, I don't really trust it. But let's copy it. I'll rename this to old, and then we'll do that. And then right in here, so what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to say ready. Ready for what? Well, it's ready to validate the settings, right? Now, all of these settings are going to have a type of string or integer, actually. If we look here, yeah, it's fine. There's nothing here that's particularly strange, but what I think we'll do is we're going to clarify what the required settings are. I'll call it required settings, right? And the required settings, oops, maybe I should say default settings. So the default settings are this. Now I'm going to say required settings is an empty array. So if I echo count required settings, this is patronizing coding here, but this should be a 0. And if I echo default settings, it's 18. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to say for each default settings as key is assigned to value, and then I'm going to say required settings equals key. That's going to give us a bunch of required settings here. There's a quicker way of doing this though, and because it's a framework, I am going to ask the question, can you write the following in a more modern way? You have to do things like this, you know. And there it is. Okay. All right. So here we go. We do that, and everything is fine here. But of course, JSON required settings gives us that, which is absolutely perfect. So we now know the settings that our settings array should require. Also, I'm gonna for clarity say submitted settings. So we're taking in a bunch of submitted settings, and then from the submitted settings we're going to build up an array of settings, or we're going to echo an error message. So let's say for each, no, let's go again. Let's say for each of the required settings as required setting. So I'm going to say if is set submitted settings. Submitted settings with a key of required setting, then our settings is going to be settings with a key of required setting, singular. So that means you have and if we say JSON settings, well, it's empty. But if we take some values that we know this expects, let's say something like first link and prev link. So let's just say well, undefined array key first link in pagination. Damn. Right, hold on. Right, this is a typo. And it's saying it's at 2:30, so okay. Well, of course. There you go. So that's us building up our thing here, you know. Um, Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And from that, it's going to compile this thing. Now I'm going to ask a really stupid question of this thing. Within the following, can you confirm what type you expect each property to be? Now I think it's string. All properties are expected to be strings. Does set type string of any value? Okay, so we really don't need to use set type. We can ignore types, basically. So when we get here, so if we have the thing, it builds onto the settings array. But if we don't have the thing, then we're going to build up an array of missing properties. Now I'm going to search for the word missing. Okay, let me look at the required properties. Okay, this is a sophisticated little error message thing here. So I'm going to go like this, okay? And I'm going to say, okay, so I'm going to say if something does not equal something else. So it's going to be if count settings does not equal count required settings, then So missing settings is array diff. I don't like that. Why do you think that's better than the code I had? I don't like it. I'm sticking with what I've got, right? So if we have a mismatch, right? This means something is wrong clearly. So we're going to make an array called missing settings. Okay, so this means that what we're doing here is we're making sure all of the required settings, check if any, well, I'll use the same language. Check if any required settings are missing. That's what we're doing. So if they are missing, what do we do? Well, here's what we do. Okay, we're going to say rs key, which is required settings key. And when we do this, I'm going to unset rs, oh, pardon me, I'm going to unset required settings with a key of rs key. So if I go like this, echo count required settings here with a die statement, it says 16. If I had done the same thing up here, it says 18. So that means that every time we find a required setting, we are removing that from required settings. That being the case, and I'm looking down here for guidance, we're saying for each required settings as missing required setting. So that's what's happening there. Okay. So for each of them as missing required setting. All right. Let's do something else. Let's just say error message is pagination error. Just like before. Then we're going to say if count required settings is 1, then we would say error message is missing required settings property. And then we would say required settings. And can you believe it? It would be well, actually, it would just be that missing required settings property, like that. Okay. Otherwise, the error message is missing required settings properties. Okay. And we don't do a for each. It turns out that we use a little thing called implode for our error message. So the error message is pagination error. We build onto the error message and then we implode. Now, hold on a minute. Required properties anodized statement. There you go. So, I'm now going to just echo, looking good, but they shouldn't see that. So let's have a look here. Pagination 236. Stay cool, stay cool. Well, so it says it must be an accountable array, but string is given. Right, so for settings, it is an array. Oh, that should be required settings. There you go. All right. So implode required settings. And there it is. So here you've got pagination error, missing required settings properties. I think that should be a semicolon. So pagination error, missing required settings properties. And it's shown as all of the things that are missing, you know. Now, we had added in a thing that says prev link. I'm going to comment, and you see how that just got a bit bigger? It's added prev link here, but if I bring it back in, that disappears. So this is pretty darn cool. So pagination error, missing required setting properties, and there they are. I could even be smug and do a counter or something, but let's not go over the top, right? But there it is, and gonna make you feel good. So we have now Yeah, we've now dealt with that pretty well. If I say, let's just go JSON submitted settings or something I want to show you first. So there's our submitted settings, name, age, whatever. So let's imagine that the required settings is an array with name, age, first link, prev, I believe it's prev link, and then we need a setting of banana. So now it says pagination error, missing required settings property, banana. Fair enough, right? I don't like having two colons there, but I don't want to become too much of a, here and here, but I don't want to be too much of a perfectionist. All we're doing is making sure that if somebody passes in custom settings, it goes through and it's either going to produce an error message or it's going to return the settings. So that's our method. That is validate settings. And I'm going to say this method is to be invoked in situations where custom pagination settings have been passed into the display method of the pagination class. So the purpose of the method is to make sure that custom pagination settings that have been submitted are valid. All right. So now we basically are giving this thing a kind of rubber stamp by heading to the employee of the month. And we're going like that. Okay. Since it's possible that this method could produce a die statement with an error message being output to the browser, shouldn't the return types be more flexible? Good. Just as well I checked. So we're now going to go like this. And we're going to go like this. Now, I'm going to look for the word missing. You can see that this has a return type of array or void. I'll delete this old one. I should actually be looking for a die statement. So this is check for required properties. It returns nothing, that's correct. This one returns validate settings. It either returns an array or void, which is correct. This one returns void, which is correct. Right, I think we're good. So let's have a wee look at our thing here. This is validate settings, right? So I am going to say custom settings have been submitted. Let's validate them. So that's what we're doing there. And then we return our pagination data. Okay, so after all of that, we've now pagination 231. I have the following error message. Here is line 231. So it's going to be a question mark array. Shouldn't it be question mark array? Yeah, there we go. This is a new part of PHP and I think it's a bit buggy, actually. But there you go. Our pagination stuff is cool. Error coming in, everything is beautiful. And that's really good. Okay, so let's go back to a situation where, and this will probably happen in most instances, where they don't pass in their own custom settings. So in that case, everything looks beautiful. And we've now got our optional properties, and we've got a whole bunch of pagination data right here, which is all ready to go. Okay. Another thing that is a little bit curious is this includes CSS. I don't know where that's coming from. So let me check that. So here we've got include CSS, and by default, this is getting true. I don't think that's how the original one worked. So let me look at the pagination that works here. This is the old one. Include CSS. So what we're doing here, oh, are we adding in CSS? Display. Wow. This is really confusing. It's unbelievably confusing. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to the employee of the month and I'll say, can you see anything wrong or odd about the following method with respect to how it handles include CSS? Now I think it's all over the place. Yes, there's an issue. Let's take a look. So if not is set, then include. It checks if it's present. If it's not set, it sets it to false. However, if it sets, it assigns the value from that to pagination include CSS. The issue is assigning without validation. No, I don't think that's the issue at all. Well, okay. If include CSS is not passed into display, what will the default value for include CSS be? It will be false. Good. That's it. Good. Now going back to this, we've just said that default is true, but our default is false. And that's how it's going to go. So back to display, we've now built up an array of all of our pagination data. Keep an eye on this. And now we're saying that include CSS is false. Excellent. So what now? Well, now we have a whole bunch of derived properties to establish. Now, I'm going to say established keys equals array keys of pagination data. If I JSON established keys true, we get that. That's all of the established keys that we've got, right? Now, I'm going to say new keys is array keys of pagination data. Then I'm going to say additional keys equals array diff. So we take our established keys and we take our new keys, and then I'm going to JSON additional keys true. There you go. So this, one moment. Okay, one moment. Okay. So right here, we have a bunch of deprived, or not deprived, derived properties, meaning stuff that the thing has to figure out. And can you write the following in CSV? Please remove the keys and have it on one line. Good. So initialize the derived properties. And what are they? That's what they are. So that's what we're doing here, right? Finally, if the pagination data total rows is less than the pagination data limit, there's no need for pagination and everything is fine. So, assuming that everything is cool, we output a showing statement. There's our showing statement there. Now, the showing statement is wrong. Wrong, I tells you. Wrong. Because the showing statement doesn't change, unfortunately. Bit of a downer. Therefore, there must be an issue with how this thing is calculating or building or establishing the showing statement. So let's see if we can find that. Okay, so you can see that we've got a thing that says get showing statement. And I'm going to start by doing var dump on pagination data, include showing statement. Now this one is saying true. I think I'm going to change this to false. So now it's saying false. Now I'm going to unset it. Okay. So going over here, I need to ask a question. Is that the same as no, it's not exactly the same. The first condition, it checks if the value evaluates to false. This means it will be true if the pagination data is false 0 an empty string, null or not set. It will be false if pagination data showing statement is true or any other non-empty value. The second option explicitly checks if the value of that is not strictly equals to true. So that means it will be true if the value is anything other than true, including all of that. The first condition checks for falsy values and the second checks for a non-true value. Okay, it's kind of irrelevant. So we're happy with this, right? So here we've got a little bit of calculations happening, and I think that we should check the values and be quite meticulous with this. So we have, and I'm going to echo pagination data limit with a die statement. So it says we have 20. 20 is indeed the limit per page. I'm happy with that. At least we've got the right value. Perhaps I should have said var dump that. So it's an integer, it's 20, and it's perfect. Now I'm going to check the current page. And the current page, ouch. So look at that. Var dump pagination data current page is not there. That's a fault. Interesting, eh? But what's strange about that is that when we did the display thing here, and we JSON the pagination data, ouch. One moment. Right, where does get showing statement get invoked? Init derived properties. So it does that. It calls upon get the showing statement. It does it as the last thing actually. And that is part of our derived properties. Okay. All right, give me a wee second, will you? Well, I can see that we have a few friends joining us here today. Not Mark Knopfler's here, the godfather of speed coding himself. The great Simon Dafa is here. Stefan Hummel, pillar of the community, and Dom Sinclair. I would localize those pages, nation sentinel, and kill two birds. You just need default locale set. Then retrieving them is almost as simple as that. Not quite as elegant as proper resource files, but I would provide you with a starter for localizing a framework. I'm sure you would. So let's talk about something important. I launched a video today that nobody will watch, and it was called How to Write Good Documentation. That video is an hour long. I'll be surprised if it gets more than 50 views, but it's gold. And included in that video is an apology to Dom. An apology to you, Dom. It's in the last 10 minutes. Because, as I said in the video, let me come on camera and show you this perfect face. As I said in the video over the weekend, you know, you were good enough to do a whole bunch of changes and a pull request and everything, and it got declined. Not just declined, but declined with a rant. And I'm sure I would have said words like bullshit and so on. And I apologise for that. I do apologise. But like any good apology, I want to I want to go over the reason or the reasons why that happened, and or rather the three parts of an apology: what happened, why it happened, and what we do to stop that. So what happened is you did a whole bunch of work very kindly and graciously, and the work was declined in an ungraceful manner. That's uncool, and perhaps I should have been more graceful. I apologise. Now, the second part is, why did that happen? Now, everything is in that video. It's an hour-long video, and there's probably only 2 people on the planet Earth who even need to watch that. But I would highly recommend watching that if you're planning on getting involved in documentation. Because the truth of the matter is, in Dom, I see myself. Dom is an incredibly eloquent writer. You can see from the comments here that he obviously knows his way around IT stuff. And I believe, and I'll talk as if you're not even here, Dom, I believe he even comes from a C# background. So like many of you, Dom is very knowledgeable, and his skills, integrity, and intelligence are not in question. However, with regards to documentation, Dom, you made the same mistake as me, and I go into this in the whole video in detail. You made the mistake of assuming that good writing equals good documentation. The big news flash is, good writing equals shit documentation. And I learned this the hard way. It took me 2 years to get it, but I wrote the Trongate first version of the documentation pretty much, I mean like 97%. And I never received any compliments from anyone. Nobody. Simon never complimented me. Stefan, random character. Nobody ever turned around and said, you did a great job with the documentation. Look at the screen. Will you please look at the screen? Oh, you miserable thing. My phone battery's gone. No, it's not. I switched it off. If I switch this on, I'll show you. I'm getting messages on Skype and everything with people saying, I'm loving the new documentation. I haven't even launched the new documentation, and I'm getting compliments, and I'll be delighted to show you them. So what the hell is going on? It's a good question. Well, in that hour-long video on how to write good documentation, I hope my sound is good, I go into this in great detail for the first time. And I offer a shocking world exclusive that nobody has mentioned before. And I talk about how when you're doing documentation, you are not writing for the benefit of the guy who's trying to learn the framework. In fact, you're writing documentation for influencers. Your target audience is people like Brad Traversy, Web Dev Simplified, and all the usual suspects. And people who write, nobody has spoken about this. I'm giving you the greatest conspiracy theory in the history of documentation, right? But people who write documentation are doing a secret dance with influencers. And nobody knows that this little secret dance is happening. It never gets spoken about but the docs writers know that they're doing it, and the influencers know. And this sort of secret dance that nobody knows, it's hiding in plain sight, right? But the secret dance is that the docs writers are trying to write the documentation in a manner that is, and I'll use positive words, very formal, very professional, and very appropriate for technical documentation. In other words, a nightmare to read, right? So if you look at technical documentation, it's dry, it's horrible. Nobody learns a technology like, think about all the React developers, right? Imagine you got every React developer on earth and you said, hey, React developers, show of hands, how did you learn React? How many are going to put their hands up and said, I read the documentation from start to finish? Zero. How many are even going to say, well, I read the start of the documentation? Zero. The truth is, that's not how people learn. In this day and age, the way that people learn web technologies is they'll hear about the technology, maybe on a blog or a magazine, a news article, or a friend, let's say. Then they'll typically go to YouTube, where some influencer, like a Brad Traversy guy, will say, today I'm going to show you React, and I'm going to show you how to build a to-do list. And somebody like Brad Traversy will do a beautiful tutorial and be really clear, everybody loves it, and everyone says, oh, you're such a hero. And so now Brad Traversy's got 3 million subs, and we're all, isn't the guy a genius? But now that we've done the to-do list, then you go on and you do the Udemy course, or the book, or Treehouse, or the whatever the proper training is. But at no point in the process is the average character going through the documentation. It doesn't happen. In fact, that type of writing, which is incredibly dry and technical, I would say it's shit writing, frankly. I think it's shit writing. But that's the thing. This is where the secret dance comes into play. Because the documentation writers, and I put so much, took me 2 years to figure this out, and I realized it, and I'm like, holy shit, I need to talk about this. The document writers are playing a little game. Let's call it the little secret dance with the influencers. And the game is they have to make the documentation shitty enough that your average user's going to look at it and say, forget this shit, and then hit the road. But comprehensive enough and with enough brevity that influencers will say, okay, I'm going to spend the weekend reading this. And if you look at the timelines, go to Twitter or Instagram, find your favorite influencer of the web development genre, look at their timeline, look at what they get up to during the weekend, and you will see, oh, I've been working my way through these docs, oh, I've been working my way through this book, and so on. The influencers are the on-ramp, right? They're the entry point to learning the technology. Now, when you do documentation like this, and please do check out the screen here, and this shit is not up for debate, by the way. I don't want to open the screen and see somebody saying, well, I think documentation, I don't give a flying fuck what you think, because I'm right about this. I wasted 2 years. This was one of the most difficult things I've ever done, and I failed. I failed completely. This was a monumental failure of my career. And I'll show you exactly why I failed. Well, first of all, I've got welcome to the revolution and all sorts of bullshit. Then I've got a word about this and installing PHP in MySQL. That's out with the scope of documentation. Does not belong here. But then, if you take things like passing data into a view file. Now, okay, using my name's a bad example, right? But look at this. To have the value displayed on our browser, we could use blah, 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 blah. Hello, it's nice to see you. This would produce, oh, hello, it's nice to see you. And by the way, that's well written. That's excellent writing. The challenge is it's not appropriate for documentation. Look at the tone. It's like code in a way that makes you feel good. Do you see what I'm saying? Relax. You're using Trongate. By the way, I will take my English Lit degree and take the Pepsi challenge with any documentation you want. I think I'm writing well. Happy with it. I like it. The trouble is, that type of language is appropriate for a tutorial. It's not appropriate for documentation. This is my failure. And I'm putting that failure under the microscope so that you don't have to make the same mistake. You see, when you go like this, and this is the magic, this is why you subscribe. And every one of you is going to be saying, holy shit, the dude's a frigging genius. When you go like this and you explain everything, and we have this and you have that, guess what? You've just failed because you have just deprived an influencer of an opportunity to be the hero. That's right. This is part of the secret dance. The influencers need an opportunity to be the hero. So when you write the documentation, you make it as dry, we'll use the Pink Floyd line, as dry as a funeral drum. You make it dry. You avoid saying we, our, you, I. You avoid saying relax. You avoid opinions. You definitely avoid stuff that's out with the scope of the documentation. Instead, you write in a manner that's dry, extremely formal, extremely professional. And the word of the day is brevity, which means you don't waffle. Also, if it does not get mentioned in the documentation, it does not exist. There's a whole bunch of features in Trongate that are not even mentioned in the current documentation. I'll be fixing that soon. You better believe it. So this is the nature. And so we, my friends, are playing a little game. And the game is, let's set up things so that the influencers can win. When you go like that, hey Charlie, I know that you're a fucking idiot, but don't worry. I'm going to explain what is a view file. And I'm going to talk to you as if I'm talking to my best friend. That may well be the best writing ever. And congratulations, William Shakespeare. But when you write like that, you're not playing the fucking game. And the game is, you set the documentation up so that the average asshole has no clue what's going on, but the influencers go like that. Great, I can now be the hero. So they get to play their little game and stay up during the weekend like a hero at 2 in the morning going, and then they get to turn up on Tuesday night and say, today I'm going to show you how to do a to-do list with the blah blah framework. And everybody goes, oh, what a wonderful, wonderful genius you are. Thank you, thank you. Here's another sub. That's how the game works. That is how this game works. It's not the game I would have made, but it's how the game works. And when the moment I realized that, and by the way, you're going to get guys like Simon every once in a while who maybe does read every friggin' line of the documentation, but people like that are an exception. That's outliers, right? I'm telling you how web development works generally for the last 10 minutes where we actually have an industry here, right? I'm giving you the stuff that nobody else does. And as I start my phone up here, I can show you. I'm getting messages coming in saying, oh, the new docs are great. The new docs are great. The new docs are not great. The new docs are shit. But the thing about the new docs is that the new docs play the game. Dom, if you're still listening, when you submitted that pull request during the weekend, you changed a gazillion files. And the first file I looked at, because you've got to look or you get the I'm an idiot badge on GitHub. I'm obligated to look, right? And the first thing I saw when I looked was the subject of which IDE to use. In the realms of web development, there is no subject more contentious than the choice of IDE. An IDE is a blah, 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 and the following ones are available. And it was all immaculate. It was beautiful. Now, if I was buying a web development book on Amazon, I want to read that. That's the shit I want to read. That's the gold. But remember, when you're writing documentation, that's not your target audience. How do you think Brad Traversy feels when he's up at 2 in the morning on a Saturday and he's like, I read this fucking doc. And then he reads somebody saying the most contentious topic on web development. He's going to be like, this is fucking bullshit. So the vibe is, and I say this in my video, when you write documentation, imagine it's a courtroom. And every time you express an opinion, imagine that there's a lawyer on the other side saying, objection, Your Honour, opinion. And every time you go like, Trongate's, much better than Laravel, objection, Your Honour, opinion. Trongate provides an easy way to, objection, Your Honour, opinion. Holy shit. And then, when you cover something that's out with the scope of the docs, such as what type of IDE to use, even how to set up PHP and all of that shit that all of us have covered with great intentions in the past. Simon's sitting going, yeah, I remember that. The moment you start doing that, imagine that lawyer on the other side. So you're like, okay, so first I'm going to tell you about how to install PHP. Objection, Your Honour. Out with the scope of the documentation. Whoa. Okay, so in this next page, I'm going to explain the differences between MySQL and MariaDB. Objection, Your Honour, out with the scope of the documentation. And you're sitting and you're trying to do the doc, and someone's saying, objection, Your Honour, objection. This person's driving you crazy. But let me tell you something. You listen to that person. You play the game. You become comrades in bullshit. Play the little game, do the little dance, and you too could have messages on your phone, just like this morning. Look, I don't even know who these messages are coming from. I'm opening my phone up. Never buy a Motorola, by the way. They're so slow. They're so slow. You might have to take my word for it, but I'm getting messages and I'm getting compliments, you know? So that's the game we are playing. Don't make the same mistake that I made of assuming that nice writing means good documentation. I know it's weird. Let's be entirely honest. Most of us developers are Asperger's to the max. So we're all nicking about going, why don't I like the documentation? I mean, I did all of my apostrophes in the right place. I did all of the stuff that, I even did a little anecdote and talked about the history of web development. I don't get this. And I was like that for 2 frigging years. Today, I do you the favor of revealing the secret code, and you never heard it before. You never heard it before from anyone. Well, I'm the guy who's here to tell you the truth. It's all part of the game. Now, if I have given you good information, and if you can handle what I'm saying, I would like you to type in the word I. And if I have bullshit, if I turn on this, because I cannot see the screen right now, I can only see I'm looking into the camera actually, and below it's my perfect face. But if I turn that chat room on and I see some horse shit, some fucking horse shit along the lines of, well, you could do the documentation with a flux capacitor. If I see that fucking shit, I'm ending this live stream. Okay? Can you handle it? So, type your comments carefully. I've already apologized. And I'll continue to apologize, right? But we have to get this right. And I'm your best friend in the universe for saying this. And the other point, again, going back to Dom, is a lot of the changes that you'd done involved, well, I think that we should say that, instead of to begin with, we could say firstly, comma, all perfectly fine, right? Challenge is the stuff that you were changing was written by ChatGPT. So there was probably not going to be any typos, at least with some of that stuff. A lot of it's probably going to get deleted anyway. And if I go like that, oh, you're right. Thank you, Dom. You're right. You know, instead of saying to begin, I should have said firstly or whatever. Instead of saying that, I should have said which, right? If we go down that road, if we normalize that behavior, what happens is in a year or two from now, we all end up on a beach in Hawaii, as I said in my video, admiring the grass skirts as they flow gently from left to right, and as we lie on our hammocks. But then we get a little and everybody goes, oh, fuck, William Wordsworth is back again. He's back with his bullshit, with his low value bullshit. Now, don't get me wrong. If there's a typo, a spelling mistake, a grammatical error, if some dipshit types in the word a lot, and of course there's no such word as a lot, by all means, raise an issue, raise a pull request, and all of that stuff. But we cannot normalise this fucking William Wordsmith horse shit because it's low value. It's really, really low value. Do you know what I'm saying? And nobody's offended. You know, it's funny. If any of you posted this video, if I gave you a script and says, read that on your YouTube video, you'd be like that. I'm not going to read this. You'll end up even more unpopular. But nobody's being offended by me today because you can feel my energy. And my energy's good. My energy is good. Now, let's see what you folks have got to say. All right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dom's written an essay. Maybe not. I'm just asking, can you handle what I'm saying, right? You can handle what I'm saying, can you not? For crying out loud. Like, why are we even saying that? I'd gone to great lengths to explain that you do realise a lot of the new documentation's getting deleted, right? And you do realise that I'd said, in fact, probably more times than anyone on the planet Earth today, that we refrain from using words like our, we, and I, and so on when we're writing technical documentation. So why am I looking at the screen and seeing this William Wordsworth horseshit? Horseshit. All right, okay, cool. So I do know exactly what you're saying, but some of the changes were genuine typos that are corrected. That's cool. Um, to yeah, Simon says Laura from Little House on the Prairie is wearing high knee leathers. If you watch the end of the video, you'll see why that's funny. Thank you, Simon. Right, keep in mind, Dom, though, I've only done the first couple of chapters. I'm focusing on the API thing. I'm sure there are genuine typos, but they might have been deeper into the docs. Anyway, who gives a goddamn rat's ass? The key things that I want to hammer home, because we hammer knowledge into the heads of people, right? That's how it goes in PHP these days. We hammer knowledge into the heads of people. So the key thing, I suppose, is first of all, are we cool? And second of all, can you handle what I'm saying? Because this, it messed with my mind for 2 years. And I was like that over and over. What's wrong with the docs? And I'd say, what do you think of the docs? You know, it took me months. And nobody would give me a goddamn compliment. Nobody would cover the framework or anything. And I was like, what the hell's going on? And it took me 2 years to realise that it's a game. It's a game. And I am giving you the gold. I'm giving you the gold. Dom, God bless you. Your intelligence knows no limits. But if I hadn't told you the information that I've given you here, you would have spent the next year of your life going, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Well, one of the challenges with web development, you'd never have figured this shit out. I figured it out. I figured it out. And I'm the guy who is now revealing the secrets of the industry to you. You're welcome. You're all so welcome. All right. Times are tough. How do you like the appearance from old DC, by the way? Scruffy, doesn't wear a tie, doesn't wear a suit, swears like a drunken sailor. Did you miss that guy? I don't know. Anyway, there you go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Hit the like. All right. Okay. So, with your permission, hopefully we've addressed that topic. And now, let's move on with this incredible journey of ours. You do realise you'd be lost if I didn't provide you with the opportunity for a rant. Well, there you have it. Confirmation. Dom there is out there. I mean, here he is. We all thought that he was just a guy. When all this time he's been playing 3D chess. Thank you, Dom. Thank you. Geez, I look rough. Anyway, I'm going to continue with this while my energy's high. Right, here we go. What do you think of the new colour scheme, by the way, the light one? Is that cool? Or do you prefer dark? What do you reckon? Anyway, here we are, and it's the derived. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Oh, yeah, it's init derived properties. Okay, here we go. So, it's going to require a wee bit of thought, this, right? So, when we get to this point here, JSON, pagination data, true, we have a whole bunch of stuff here, but we do not have a showing statement. Now, I'm going to make showing statement an optional field. So if not is set, pagination data, showing statement, then you do not have a showing statement. All right. Now I'm expecting that, and that's fine. So if we have not, so the idea is, imagine somebody's building a TronGate website in Japanese. Something that says showing records 1 to 5 of 2 million is no use to them. So we have to give that Japanese character an opportunity to go into the module and to dispense with all of this bullshit and just say showing statement is, and then they can figure it out and put it in their language of choice, you know? That's the vibe. So, there you go. Now, that pause is because I was thinking about Japanese people there. And I was also thinking about Chinese, which, let's face it, all Westerners do. And I saw a thing on Twitter just last night that I never asked for. It just appeared on my feed. And I'm not going to describe it, but all I'm going to say is the way that they treat animals in that part of the universe is a disgrace. And I don't think I would ever want to go into business with anyone from Japan or China unless they clean their act up. You know what? I'm imposing sanctions on them because the way that they treat animals, that's all I'm giving you, is a disgrace. How you like that? So, there you go. Um, so if we don't have pagination data showing statement, then yeah, they have ways of dealing with animals that are beyond the realms of your wildest imagination. And I don't want to depress everyone here, but let me put it this way. If I said to everybody in this room, think of the most horrific things you could do to animals. I mean, like to produce as much suffering as possible. I guarantee whatever you think of is a little picnic in the park compared to what's happening in places like Japan and China. Their ability to be cruel is absolutely staggering. And you can quote me on that. You can quote me on that. Anyway, apologies, but that's why I had a change of state there, in case you're wondering. Um, Prefer dark? Yeah, dark everything, especially in hay fever season. Okay, just a heads up, when preparing, it fetches all rows on the table. Um, okay. Ah, right, I've got you. Aye. So just a heads up on pagination. When preparing the manage method, it fetches all rows on the table. With DOMs, that and manage, it gets sluggish when testing huge tables. What would be yeah, Dom is the same, so I'm not alone in noticing that. Absolutely, absolutely. You know, and God bless you, Dom. You know, people who love animals are the best people you'll ever meet, and I'm glad that you're on the same page with that stuff. Quick question for Simon: what would your suggestion be, Simon, in terms of how we should address that? All right. Anyway, um, so now we're figuring out what the showing statement should be with spelling shenanigans with typos everywhere. So, how do we do it? Well, again, I'm going to just confirm the values that we have. If we JSON pagination data, we've got a whole bunch of stuff here. And if we try and get this current page, look at this thing. Right, I'm going to need to see, when does current page appear? Okay, so that was good. So current page makes its first appearance inside here. This is the part where it does that, okay? But this is an error. It's an error because we've passed in a page num segment. So we can say that the current page is a segment of what? Pagination data, page num segment. Oh, and actually we'll say int. So now if I var dump current page, it's going to say 2. So the current page is 2. Now, if we are just on manage here, you'll see that the current page gets an integer. Also, I'm going to var dump this page num segment. And you can see that that's set to an integer as well, right? So everything here should be good. There's no SQL queries or anything happening here, so there's no major security threat, and I don't think there's any need to do a set type or anything. So that's us getting the current page. Now, we could say if the current page is less than 1, which is like that, then the current page is assumed to be 1. Now, is there a better and more modern way to write this? So it sets the current page to the maximum value returned by segment int and 1. I mean, I would never have known that. Okay. So now, 3 cheers for us. Now we have set our current page in a manner that is super cool, correct, and accurate. Okay. There you go. So the next thing is, okay, 344. I want to look at, yeah, record name plural. Interesting. All right. I don't know if that should be required, by the way. But here we're doing a little calculate, and it's building up a showing statement based on this. So here, oops. We get showing 1 to 20. And if I go to page 2, showing 2 to 40. If I go to page 3, and that is it. I feel really good about that. Now, if somebody, going back to our Japanese example, suppose they've got a showing statement that's nothing like what we're doing. We've just said here that record name plural is required. Well, let's do a little refinement here. I'm going to say if is set pagination data showing statement. So nothing happens, but imagine somebody comes along and says showing statement, and they've got something in Chinese or whatever. They now get put into this if statement. So in that instance, if not is set pagination data record name plural, then pagination data record name plural is X. Now that's just going to be a placeholder. Record name plural not required if showing statement is being passed directly into the method. All right, let's tidy that up. I thought it might do that. So we go like that. So I'll just go like that, placeholder, since there you go. So we do that, right? Now going back to our thing, there you go. And so what on earth just happened? Well, what we're doing is figuring out what the showing statement should be. And as we go to get showing statement, we are calculating a showing statement here. But otherwise, we already have it. So in that example, they had passed the showing statement straight in. This is how we're going to get around the languages challenges. So they will have the option of doing that. But for the rest of us, we can just go like that and everything is fine. It's kind of cool, isn't it? It's kind of cool. So now, this is some very intense stuff today, you know. But our pagination thing is now making sure okay, if showing statement has been passed, if showing statement Yeah. So if showing statement exists, bypass any errors caused by empty missing record name plural. That's right. That's it. Okay, had to do a comment there to get my head around that. So we've now got the acquired properties, optional properties, the derived properties. From those, we produce a showing statement. Here's where it gets ridiculously complicated. Because now we've got pagination being drawn here. But unfortunately, it looks rubbish. Ah, okay. Where images my test table, but you did not count all the rows. You know, select count that as total rows from images. Okay, Simon, that's interesting. It's also a wee bit technical, and I'm kind of maxed out with this thing, but I really appreciate that. That's a damn good observation. Um, can can I put that one on the back of the shelf somewhere in my mind? Because I'm freaking out with this pagination. And if I even think about that, my head will explode. But I can see it's great. And thank you, man. That's brilliant, you know? Absolutely acknowledged. And maybe that's something we can look into and incorporate it with a desktop app or something. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, but cracking knowledge, you know? And that's the kind of stuff you just don't hear in any books. Simon is one of these dudes who actually tests these things out, and it's really cool, you know? Anyway, you can see that our showing statement's working good. Now, the good news is that the page itself works good. It's just that the pagination, well, it's pretty duff. Now, I've done a whole lot of work on, actually, I don't need source tree. I've done a lot of work on this git add all, git commit m. So I'm now going to say showing statement now good and ready to draw pagination. Excellent. So that's a good wee checkpoint, right? So here we are. By the way, I cannot remember what that does. I have no idea. Oh, right, okay. That's interesting. Right, okay, that's interesting. It's an end of line thing. Okay, cool. So all of this stuff here is going to get commented out. And in its place, we're going to have a thing that says, you know, draw pagination, and it's going to do the magic, kind of like this, you know. So that's how it's going to go. So let's have a think here. I have a little reminder of what our pagination data looks like. And you can see that we've got settings and everything. We really have got everything that we need to make this work. So I'm going to go to the original one that has been up for quite a while now. And this code is it's like the Millennium Falcon. It's got flaws all over it, but it somehow works. But now we're going to take the best of this and we're going to draw our pagination, and that is exactly what we need right there. Draw pagination based on the provided data. Oh, I wonder if you're feeling a little bit crazy. Well, let's copy it. And we'll go down here. I'm just going to paste this in. And we're now calling self. How is it we do this? Okay, so it's self draw pagination, and we're going to pass in our pagination data. Okay, not bad. Not bad. So let's see how we can improve this. First of all, there was a lot of energy there that was wasted on a showing statement. Also, this says public, it should be private. So let's take out this showing statement because we've already done that. That gives us this. Now you can see that the links are not well formed here. So I can see we've got attempt build link. Here it is here. I'm going to just echo HTML entities of HTML with a die statement. And here you can see how a link has been built. I think that must be the, who knows what it is. Anyway, let me echo value. So the value is 2. So that means that we're here, I think. Yep. So I'll echo this HTML entities. So, there you go. So see that part there? Manage to. That. What's this trailing URL string bullshit? Empty. Where the hell is it getting that from? Holy shit. Attempt build link. I don't know what trailing URL string represent. Oh, hang on a minute. Aye, let me var dump root. Okay. Can you give me some PHP code that adds a forward slash onto a string if the last character of the string is not already a forward slash? All right, but I don't want to add that in. So let me look. I'm going to JSON pagination data true. Now from there you can see that it has got a thing called root. So let's go back to the derived properties. Let's echo pagination root. So that's given us that. Now, okay, is the pagination data root being passed in from here? Yes, it is. So we're going to go, okay, so we're going to say, make sure last character of pagination root is a forward slash. So that is pagination data, pagination root. There you go. So now, okay, so that gives us that. And that gives us that. Okay. Now, this comment is bullshit. And now it's given us what I think is a decent link, you know. So if we look at attempt build link, which is up here, draw pagination gets called, and each of these goes like this, and then, oh, you miserable thing. Well, let's JSON pagination data. So that's calling that pagination root. If we echo pagination data root, why the hell is that happening? Oh, so pagination root is the tasks manage, whereas root is the whole thing. Holy shit. Well, where does that leave us? So I've got a thing here, pagination root. Pagination root was passed in to tasks / manage. If I take this out of here, we don't have it. So the pagination root is certainly required here. Does this have pagination root? It does. And does it have root on its own? Well, it looks like it. So that's a bit of a downer in it. So, all right. So draw pagination, we're passing in the pagination data. Now I'm going to go like this. Cool. So all of that stuff is just making me feel a little bit miserable, you know? So I'm going to just write it. I'm going to just write it. In order to write it, I need to JSON array keys of pagination data. Yeah, I just want to see what I'm working with here. So there's what we've got. Okay, now I can see a thing, echo, that is called num pages. And it says that there's 5. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I'm going to say let me think. Let me look at this build link thing. Okay, so let's just say 4. And we're going to look through num pages. Okay. So it says we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fine. Now, okay, move that to a 1. We'll move that to less than or equal to. And there's our 5 pages required. Now, let me look at the old code. All right, so I'm going to say HTML equals, and I'll do a stupid little div. Maybe style is background color of yellow. And then I'll close it. Okay. And then let's just echo that HTML. Okay. So then I'm going to say HTML also equals Now I'm going to just say span I, close off the span. There you go. So the most basic pagination possible is just a thing like this. And it's going to build a bunch of different links, you know. Now, previously, we had a thing called attempt build link. This code's actually not too bad. Not too bad. So I'm going to copy this, but I'm going to call this attempt build link old. And moving back upstairs here, I'm going to say private static function attempt build link. Now, attempt build link is going to take in a value, but it's also going to take in our all-important pagination data. It's going to look at the value, build a little HTML string, and then it's going to return the HTML string. So here we're going to say that the HTML equals self attempt build link, and I'm chucking in the value of I, and I'm also chucking in the pagination data. All right, now let me echo pagination data, pagination root, which is something that we've got, right? So we've got this thing that says tasks manage. So what we're going to do is we're going to say root is base URL joining on pagination data, pagination root. And I'm going to echo this root thing here. And it gives us this. Now we have a thing about this trailing URL string. I'm going to echo pagination data, trailing URL string with a die statement. And we don't have any mention of it. So let's just let's look at this root again. Yeah, and it ends with a forward slash, so that's excellent. So for our strings here, I'm going to take out this trailing URL string here. I don't see any obvious value from it. So now let's just, for clarity, Yeah, let's just call this Pagination root URL. It's just a bit clearer, you know? So that gives us that. And as I'm looking at these, I think that these are perfect. Look, they're perfect. Now that's about the most basic form of pagination imaginable. So now I need to think about the first links, the last links, prev next, and all of that type of thing. But first of all, before I do that, we've got yeah, we've got 5 pages that are required, and that is doing a really good job of that. I'm going to do a commit at this point. I'm going to go to, oops, you know what? I'll just use this. Right, there we go. Right, that's really cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the pagination that works. This is the old pagination. It's kind of badly written, but it does work, you know. And I'm going to copy this. I'm going to open a little window here. So you can see how this works. So what this means is if we happen to be on the first page, so let's say here, then we do not add in a first button, nor do we add in a previous button. So if we go back to draw pagination, and I'm not going to worry about how it starts or whatever, but let's just JSON array keys of pagination data. So you can see here that we've got a thing called current page. If we var dump pagination data current page, we get an integer of 1. So I'm now going to say if pagination data current page is equivalent to 1, then our HTML also equals, and it's going to be first page button, and hold on, And I made a mistake. It's if the current page is greater than 1. There you go. So that means that as, oh geez, as we're on page 1 here, everything is cool in the gang. But when we go to page 2, now why the hell is it saying that the current page is 2? A load of shit. Okay, so that is wrong. That is 100% wrong. So, okay. JSON, pagination data, current page. No, it does not have it. So, I thought I had made this already. So page num segment, current page is that data page. Oh geez. Okay. So we don't have any mention of current page at this point. I thought I had added that 427. Give me a minute. Right, here it's here for get showing statement. So we had done this when we done get showing statement. Now if I go back to 427, you can see here that get showing statement happens after this. So here's what we do. We're going to go like that. That is correct. So that's our current page. Now I'm going to echo current page die statement. Now it's a gig. And then I'm going to JSON the pagination data. We should now have the current page. Oh, look at this. Derive properties, current page, current page. Well, you know what? Yeah, let's also say so get showing statement, pagination data. I should probably chuck in the current page like that. So when I'm running get showing statement, it's now taking on board the current page. So that's given us that. So we now know that current page here should be an integer. We can take this out. We can run this. It's looking good. So we're going back now to init derived properties. And then back to display. So when we come out of this point here, we should be able to JSON the pagination data. And we should have a valid current page value, which we've now got. Good. Now, if we don't need pagination data, see you later. If we do need pagination data, we call draw pagination. So what this is going to do is it's now going to go first page button, prev button, right? So imagine that these are actual buttons and they would appear. Okay, that's good. So those two buttons, which look like this first and the less than thing, they appear if we're not on the first page. And that's basically it. But the next thing is another little vibe. I'm going to just do a comment. Draw first buttons if not on the first page. And then at this end, we're going to say draw last. And now that would be first and previous buttons. And this one would be draw previous and last buttons. If not on the last page. Now, how do we know if we're on the last page? Well, if the current page is less than less than what? Less than pagination data num pages. Then we build, now, actually, first, previous, and that's next, last. I got that wrong. So that would be next page button, and that would be last page button. Okay, so that would be our basic, that would be the logic for this thing. So here you can see we're on page 2, so we would have, I should probably do dividers here. Okay, so here we are on page 2. We get our first page button, so that's going to be the one that says first. We get our previous button, which is going to look fine. Then we get our ordinary links, and then we get our next page button and the last page. If we happen to be on page 1, we don't get the first things. And if we happen to be on the last page, we don't get those last buttons. And I think that that is perfect. Good. Well done, us. Now, that's the old pagination. And it's possibly a good idea to produce a little reminder here of what we're actually aiming for. So I'm going to copy this out of HTML. So having done the logic, now the goal would be to produce the correct HTML, you know. So that's what we're aiming for. That is the promised land. So the first thing that we'll do is we'll add in, now you can see that we've got a yellow color here, so I'm satisfied with that. But what we really want is a class of pagination. So this is going to just say div class equals pagination. And if we refresh, oh, kind of interesting. Now, attempt build link is interesting because there's 5 types of links here. The first link is obviously the one that says first button, previous, and so on. You can see them all right here. So what we're going to do is our HTML here, I'm going to go like this. So it's attempt build link, right? And we want the button that says first. So if you look at the value here, we're going to pass in a value of first link. Let's just do it right away. Here it is here, passing in that value. So that's going to be a thing that says first. Then we're going to have a previous button. So I'll paste in again like that. But this time, referring to the switch statement, you can see that we've got a thing called prev link. So we're going to chuck in prev link. Now I'm going to go down here. And this, let's just take a wild guess. That'll be next link, and that'll probably be last link. So moving down, next link, last link. Everything looks beautiful. Let's refresh. Okay, pardon me. Now, unfortunately, it's having a little challenge here, figuring out what the settings are. So I'm just going to say that settings is pagination data settings. All right. Now, we do have an error, but it's actually not too bad. It's not too bad. Let's see what's causing these errors. 160, 163. So 160, 163. Okay, so let's just get this right. If we're on the last page here, the first link is cool. The previous link is looking for a value called prev. And we don't have a value called prev. So okay, so what we're going to do then is I'm going to JSON pagination data current page. Let's have a dice statement. So you can see in this case we're on 5, and we know that that is an integer. So let's just say, now again I'm expecting an error here, right, because we don't have a current page here, but we're going to say that the current page is pagination data current page. And again, if we echo current page, we get that. So now when we have our previous thing, we are simply going to say current page -1. So that means that if we're here, for example, page 3, we can hit this button and it takes us back to page 2. Meanwhile, the next link is going to be current page +1. So that's going to give us, say we're on page 2 and we click this, you can see it's going up to page 3. The next thing I'm seeing is num pages, and why on earth does it even want num pages? Well, it's looking at line 158, and it's looking at the last thing here. So, do we need num pages? Well, let's just have a little reminder of what our pagination data contains just for the last time. And you can see in here that we've got a thing called num pages. So I'm going to stick to pagination data, num pages like that. So that gives us that. So now if I do this, it's taking me through the pages. I'm testing it. Look at that. You can see that the last page works. First page works. Everything is beautiful. There's just one more thing though, I think, that needs to get clarified. And that is, how do we make the thing active or not? If you take us back, or if we have a look back here, you'll see that this is blue. And if we remind ourselves of the source code here, what this is doing is it's given us this sort of class that's equal to active here. Now, what on earth do we do? Well, we've got first, retrieve, next, and we've got a default. I'd like to see how I did this previously. I'm kind of curious. So, right, here's attempt to build link. So attempt to build link. It's really confusing, isn't it? So draw pagination. It really is horrendously confusing. Ah, okay. Now I can see we've got a little thing here that says current link open. So let me, okay. So what we're doing originally is we had this if statement going on here. Now, if we look at our thing, okay, so it turns out that we have a thing called num link open. And num link open is part of the settings. It doesn't do anything actually. But when we go like this and we have an ordinary num link, let's say, we're going to add this. So you can see it's, unfortunately, it does not have a thing called settings. But we do have pagination data settings. And there it is. Okay. And it just so happens that numlink open is empty for us. But maybe it could change for somebody else's settings, the Japanese guy or whatever, you know? So that's cool. It looks as if nothing's happening, but that's okay. Now, the next thing is, I want to look at attempt build first link. All right, cool. This is kind of tricky, isn't it? So we're going to say, right, in, hmm, all right. Okay. Now, if I is equivalent to current page, and it's going to say, doesn't know what current page is. So we'll say pagination data current page. So we get that. We get this. Ah, cool. So that means that instead of having value here, we have I. And there you go. So that's us now highlighting these things, and that's how it's going to work, you know, for that. Now you can see that we're doing these settings here. And I'll just do a little comment here. Doesn't do any harm. There it is. So there's our numbered links coming in. Now, if we're talking about this first link here, let's have a wee look at the settings. You can see that we've got first link open and first link close. So right up here, we're going to go like that. We're going to say first link open. And then we're going to say first link close. There you go. And then for the previous link, it's prev link open, prev link close. So I'm going to go like this. Prev link open. And then prev link close. Perfect. Now that won't really change anything here. The functionality is cool. It just leaves room for people building custom pagination if they feel the need, you know. So now I'm guessing that there's last link open and last link closed, right? Last link open, last link close, next link open, next link close. So we're going to take these little beauties here. So that's next link open, and then next link close, then last link open, and oh, I made a wee mistake. last link close. And as long as there's no typos or anything, that should be it. So I'm just going to double check these settings here. So first link open, first link close, previous link open, previous link close, current link open, current link close, num link open, num link close, next link open, next link close, last link open, last link close. Perfect. So now I'm going to add the word attempt. And then I'm going to add attempt here as well. So that's that. Everything here looks fantastic. And I'm almost finished. So now, I suppose I should take a commit here. And now I'm going to delete the stuff that we don't need. Okay. So that's that. Okay, that's good. Now it should still be working. That is fantastic. It's a tricky wee thing to build, you know. Can you see any methods here that are redundant, i.e. never get used? Just making sure there's nothing lying around. Okay. So they're saying that there's challenges with this, saying that getPageNum is declared but never called within the class. So let's test that. GetPageNum. Get the current page number from the segments array. Alright, let's imagine I take this out. Let's imagine I refresh. And can you believe it? It's actually right. So getPageNum is perfectly right. That does not get used. Fine, I accept the statement. What's the next one? Validate settings. This method validates, but it's not invoked anywhere else in the class. It's defined, but not used in the class. Well, let's have a look at that one. That's validate settings. So I disagree with that one. If we look at validate settings, it's static and it does get called. So I'm going to say I agree that get page num is not required and does not get used. However, validate settings gets used here. You're correct. So in summary, that now we've then got check for required properties is unused. And I'm pretty sure that that is wrong because it does get used. So I think check for required properties gets used here. So to recap, that was redundant, that was not. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. So now I'm just going to clean up the code visually. So I'm no reading it, I'm just looking for things like this. And just anything that looks off, you know. This is, of course, framework code. So all right, let me echo pagination root with a die statement. That's fine. So on display, I'm going to go like that. So you can see we've got our root and we've got our pagination thing, but that's all fine. That's good, you know. This is looking really, really great. So the only thing that remains then is to optionally add some CSS onto this. So if you look at the original one, we had a thing for include CSS right around here. And if I look at the original documentation, so we've got a page, that should have been the pagination class. And geez, I wrote a lot. So that can be set to true or false, and it's optional, you know. It's entirely optional. So if set to true, Tron-Gate will write some CSS styling. If set to false, it'll generate pagination but no styling, right? So I'll take a commit here. Now ready to deal with include CSS. Okay, so that CSS thing is optional. And if they say that we don't want CSS, we will assume that they don't want CSS. Now, let's break some stuff. I'm going to open up trongate.css and I'm going to look for pagination here. Let me change that to a 0, by the way. I think it should be top 0, right 0, bottom 1, left 0. That looks better. But if it's pagination, oh geez. In CSS, how do we select the last of a given element? Last of type. So we go pagination, last of type. Now, I'll just say background color red, just so that I know that this is working. And then head downstairs. You can see that that one's now like that. So what we'll do is we'll just say margin top 1em. And I think that's kind of cool. Okay. So a couple of little tweaks to the Trongate class here. Now, let's break some stuff. I'll copy this. I'm going to open up the Trongate framework. I'm going to open up trongate.css. And I'm heading down to this pagination thing here. So that's all looking good. So we've got a little adjustment to how the pagination works, and I'll send that up to this guy later on. But in the meantime, let's take all of this out of here and do that. So we've lost our pagination styling. So we're imagining that this is some kind of weird website going on. And we'll imagine that this person says pagination data include CSS is true. So they would like to include the CSS. So what we do is we head back to our function. Now there should only be one public function here. which there is. And here on draw pagination, this is where the magic happens. It's building up the HTML. And what I'm going to do is exactly like we did in the last one, where we said if include CSS is true, then blah, 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 blah. So let's just say now that's saying true. If we had said false, it would say that. And if we had not declared it, it would still say false. So we're going to now be quite clear. And we're going to say if pagination data include CSS is true, then the HTML also equals. And this is where we're going to bring in our CSS code. So I'm just going to go like that. Something like that. And you can see that it says CSS code Ahoy. Now, let's do something a little bit more sophisticated than CSS code Ahoy. Let's go into views and we're going to go to, it's in engine views. I'm going to create a new file called sample pagination CSS. .css sample pagination style .css, I'll call it. Yep. And now here I'm going to say sample CSS file path is going to be app path, then it's going to be engine, then it's going to be directory separator, then it's going to be views, then another one of these, and then sample pagination style.css. Now let me echo sample CSS path, which does that. Also, I want to look at how app path gets defined in this framework. So let's have a look at this. So app path is string replace backslashes with forward slashes. And then it adds a forward slash. Okay. I have the following constant declared inside PHP. Is it reasonable to assume that app path will never contain backslashes even on Windows machines. Okay, that's good. I'm glad I looked that up because it means that our sample CSS path is going to be engines, views, and then that. There it is. Now, if file exists of sample CSS path, then I'll just say, CSS code is file get contents of sample CSS path, and our HTML also equals CSS code, which means that now it's showtime at the Apollo. I'm going to do one of those end of line things again because that was a cool wee trick. I think I mentioned it in here. Yep. So we'll say that the CSS code is that, and then we're just going like this and like this. So as you can see, we don't have pagination here. On our tasks thing, we're asking for it, and it's including it. The question is it going to make the page look nice? And we certainly know the answer. Because if we go back to the TronGate framework and we open up trongate.css, do a little search for all of our pagination stuff. Here it is here. And then copy that, head back here, and on sample pagination style, we just paste in, save. Well, almost. Actually, let's keep that out of here. And what we'll do is we'll just say style, and then style, and then there you go. And if we inspect this thing, or even if we just view the source code, you can see that all of our pagination stuff is here. Looks a bit mad, mind you, doesn't it? I don't like the way that that runs for miles and miles. I'll maybe do something about that in a minute. But you can see that our styling is being applied here very nicely indeed. Now, let's see if we can go even further. On attempt build link here, So it's draw pagination. It's yeah, let's just go like that. Yep, just going to go like that. And like that. And like that. Now that should produce nice source code like that. And just look at how good that is. I'm also going to add in a little end of line here. And now, take a look at this. What the heck? Oh yeah. There we go. So now you can see our pagination there kicking in. And it looks absolutely fantastic. Nice block of code. You can see we've got our active class here. We're on page 5, of course. And that, my friends, concludes the mission. Well, just about. There's only a couple more things to do and then we're done. So that's cool. I just want to make sure I've got dot blocks, type hinting, and return types everywhere. So can you please add dot blocks to this method, which is part of the pagination class? So good. Can you now do the same for this one? For the previous method, can you think of a better and more professional word than draw? Render. That's it. That's the word. So now, instead of draw pagination, it's render pagination. And we've now got rid of the word draw, which is great. That's excellent. So display pagination, render pagination, and again, we should all still be working. So that's render pagination. Now, here's an interesting one. When it comes to development, I don't give a rat's ass about things like this normally. But when you're building the framework and it's code that is going to go inside the engine of the framework, then it has to be 100% in alignment with industry standards and all of that, you know? That's the time when you do need all of this stuff. So that's why I'm taking the time to get this done right, you know? So here we go. That's got checks for the presence and type required. That works. Then we've got that. Looks fine. Validate. Looks fine. Initializes the derived properties. That looks fine. Generates a showing statement. Perfect. So that is it. The pagination class is now done. So here comes the moment that I've been building up towards. Okay. In other classes, I have a comment near the top of the class, like so. What would be a good thing to add to the top of the pagination class? Fair enough. So we go like that. Handles pagination functionality for displaying pagination data. Saving it. For some reason that's ended up here. Who knows why? But we'll take that out. So that's it. Everything is looking good. It's a whole lot of work though, you know. So here's Tron-Gate Framework. There's our pagination class, completely rewritten. And by the way, I'm going to show you something. In case anybody thinks that this was a waste of time, watch. Here's our old pagination class, which works, by the way. Now, I'm going to paste in an example of two pagination classes. Actually, I'm going to do this as a new chat, right? I'm going to paste in an example of a PHP class named as Pagination. I'd like you to evaluate the class and give the class, no, and discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the class. Then I'd like you to give the class a score out of 100, where a higher score means that where the where the score represents how well the class has been written. Here is the class. So for anybody who's wondering why did I just waste 2 days on this, here's your answer. So it appears to be a utility manager, blah, 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 blah. So that gets an overall score of 70 out of 100. While the class provides essential functionality, we could refactor, decouple dependencies, blah, 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 blah. So we get 70 out of 100. Thank you. Now, can you repeat the task, please? But for this PHP class. Now remember, we had 70 out of 100. So let's bring in the new class. Submit. Strengths, modular, blah, 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 error handling, customization, error handling, okay, HTML. Conclusion, look at that. Overall, considering its structure, I would score this class at 90 out of 100. And the only thing is a bit of separation of concerns. I don't know what it's talking about there. Yeah, well, I'm happy with the HTML output. So basically what it's saying there is that we should have had a sample pagination file instead of building up the HTML string in the manner that we did. And that one there, it just hasn't understood how the CSS works. So we've gone from 70 out of 100 to 90 out of 100. That is why you came here. That's why I did that, and it was worth it, you know? So I'm glad that the second class scores higher than the first class. Can you give me a commit message that I can add to the repo to explain to developers to summarize the switch from the first class to the second? Pretty good, isn't it? So here we are, it's the Tron-Gate framework. We do that. Refactored pagination, replaced old with a more robust and modular implementation. This update has also improved Tron-Gate.css by adding more nuanced, more refined rules for pagination. So that's what we've just done. There you go. Sending it up to the sky. And thank you very much indeed. All right. Silly question. Might and draw pagination makes sense. Okay. Hello there, Ulysses. Hello, Mrs. Well, I haven't changed sex here. I mean, I know that it's the fashion these days, but call me old-fashioned, but I'm kind of quite comfortable being a guy, to be honest with you. But hello to you, Ulysses. Welcome, welcome. Silly question possibly from Dom. Might a switch statement and draw pagination make sense? Well, let's just evaluate that one. So that would be render pagination. Well, do you know what? I think I might have made a mistake. No, there wouldn't be a switch statement. It's because if there's no pagination required, it just returns. You can do a switch statement if you want, Dom, okay? God bless you, man. God bless you. All right. So, all of that bullshit that you just watched, by the way, happened so that I can chuck this pagination class into the docs. That's right. That's why that all happened. Now, I'm going to copy this. Okay. Here is a reminder of the new pagination class that is to be used with the Tron-Gate framework. Do you understand this? Now, we know it won't, but I'm just setting it up here, you know? Just setting it up. Because the question of all questions is this. We're going to take our new pagination class here, and we're going to look specifically at the display method. Copy that, head back to the docs, go like that. Now, I had made this thing previously for asking a question, and I'm going to paste this in here. So what I'm doing is I'm asking the documentation to generate, or I'm asking ChatGPT to generate some stuff. So that's called display. I'm going to copy this, head back into the documentation here. Well, we've got our class reference of pagination. We now have a little method by the name of display. This is going to be called display.html. And I'm going to chuck this in. And I'll do PHP short tags here. Save. So displays pagination links based on provided pagination data. And when we click, we see that. And then we see example usage. Like that. And believe it or not, that's it done. So now we head up to the Tron-Gate Docs thing. From here, yep, so from here, added feature ref for display method of pagination class. That's what 2 days work was building up to. And most people will just look at the page and they'll see that and they'll say, well, there's not much to that. But you know the truth. It was a frigging nightmare. Now later on I'll do full documentation for pagination and talk about all of the different fields. Maybe I'll even update this. But for the moment, that's what you get. And I am happy. I hope you're happy too. So there you go. As my viewership falls off of a cliff, thank you very much indeed for being here, folks. I hope you've enjoyed this as much as me. I enjoy these live streams, and having you here keeps me going. As long as I'm live streaming, then I know that I'm not being unproductive, let's say. So thanks again. I'm going to go clean myself up, I think, and go for a little jog. It's been really cool being here, and I'm going to work through the night, but I need to get cleaned up. I haven't done that yet. And as usual, that took a bit longer than I thought it would. Thank you very much indeed, folks. Have a wonderful evening or whatever, and I'll see you soon.